It's 6 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Presented by students from Wheat Ridge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One point three, approval of agenda. Prior to approving, I have a motion to amend. I'll make a motion for an amendment to the agenda on old business 9.1 USD 231 Therapeutic Day School to change the recommended action, if action is taken, to read, motion to approve the Therapeutic Day School at a site to be determined for the 25-26 school year and thereafter.
Now I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 2.1, a presentation by students from Wheat Ridge Middle School.
All right, good evening. My name is Tanner Rainbold. I'm the principal of Wheat Ridge Middle School. With me this evening, I have 4 of our 8th grade leadership students and our class sponsors, Mr. Lind and Ms. Bohai. Our 8th grade leadership class, this is the first year it's been in session at Wheat Ridge, and they've made such a positive impact on our school. We're very excited and honored to showcase them this evening. So I'm going to turn it over to our sponsors and our students.
Hello, my name is Keaton Lind. I'm a co-teacher of our new Intro to Student Leadership class. I just want to use my time to thank the amazing people who are making all these incredible things happen at WMS. And the first people to thank are our students. They come in and day out with a positive mindset and a heart ready to help WMS be better each and every day. And I'm just so thankful for the group that we had in our first year doing this. I want to thank Ms. Bohai for agreeing to give up an hour of her busy day to help these kids grow as leaders and people. And last but not least, Mr. Rainbolt for, at a moment's notice, listening to our crazy ideas and saying, okay, yeah, that sounds good, and helping us every step of the way. So I'm going to turn over to Ms. Bohai now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the board members, Dr. Huff and Mr. Rainbolt, for asking our leadership class to present tonight. Our class is made up of 17 students who have embraced challenges, honed their skills, and taken on responsibilities that extend far beyond the classroom. Through their hard work and commitment, they've demonstrated the core values of leadership: integrity, empathy, collaboration, and vision. These students represent the future of leadership, not just in our school, but in our community and beyond. They're the leaders of tomorrow, but more importantly, they're already making an impact today. Amity, Scarlett, Alyssa, and Malia were selected by their peers and teachers to represent our class and speak to you today. Please join me in welcoming them.
Hi, I'm Amity Dunbar. I'm a student here at WMS. I've been in the USD 231 district for 9 years, and I'd like to represent our leadership class. This is our first year doing it, and we didn't know what to expect, but we just knew we wanted to make a great impact and make our school feel safe.
Hi, my name is Scarlett Jensen, and I've been at the USD 231 district for 9 years now. And a lot of us are part of many different committees. And a committee is where someone has an idea, and these ideas are just start as sticky notes on a board, and they grab a group of people and they want to make this idea reality. Like I'm part of the greeting, courtyard, food drive, and many more different committees. Our class is made up of 17 different 8th grade students.
Hi, my name is Malia Ward. I'm an 8th grader at WMS, and I've been in the districts since 1st grade. I wanted to join the leadership class because I want to make other kids feel positive and just make a positive impact for our school. And the goal for our leadership class is just to create a positive environment for kids to learn and just give them more confidence.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Luft. I'm an 8th grader at Wheat Ridge, and I've been in the district for 8 years now. So today I'm here to talk about some of the projects that we've done so far this year. One of the first things is we have our pen pals, which older students will write words of wisdom and encouragement to our 5th grade students. And then another big project that we have is our greeting committee, which is made up of lots of things, but one of the things that we do is in the morning we stand by the front doors or our gym doors and greet students and just put a little bit of positivity in their lives in the morning. And another thing that we do is whenever we have a new student, we will show them around the school and make sure that they feel calm and at home.
For our second quarter, we did the fall food drive, and we took donations from a bunch of different students, and we organized them and gave them to Hope Market. For our fall food drive, we gathered over 1,000 items. We also did candygrams, and it's where people would write a positive note on the back of a candygram, and then they would deliver it to whoever they're wanting to give it to, and they would purchase a candy cane to go with it. Third quarter, we revamped the teacher's lounge and workroom to make it more welcoming and organized, and we did the superhero campaign to recognize all of our hardworking staff.
As you will see on the screen, these are photos from a bunch of different things we've done. Some of them being our leadership summit, greeting committee, holiday giving, food drive, and decorating the school. There's more photos from our leadership summit, all the food that we gave to Hope Market, our School Heroes campaign, the courtyard, and revamping our teacher's lounge and teacher workroom.
Some future projects that we want to do is the spring food drive, where we want to donate more food and more stuff that the Hope Market doesn't have. The anonymous problem box is we want to just have something for kids to put any problems that they have in, and then we'll answer them or help them get through it. The Mustang Mindset podcast is something we just want to give other kids advice on how to get through different stuff. The motivation posters for testing, we want to just give students motivation just to get through testing. And then finishing up the courtyard, we want to put tables out there for 7th and 8th graders to eat and just have fresh air.
I actually joined this class about halfway through the year, and the reason being was all of the positive and great things I was hearing about our leadership class. So I'm here to share some quotes from our students with you. And there are varying answers and responses, but one thing that we all have in common is that we're passionate about making a difference in our school, and that we may be young, but if we work together, we can make a difference.
Not all of the kids in our class could be here, so tonight we put a video to show you how this class has impacted us as a leader.
It has given me the courage and opportunity to express my creativity.
It has made me more confident in myself.
It has made me a better role model.
This class has made me more kind and positive.
This class has taught me to be more outgoing.
It has made me a better person.
has helped me relate to other students.
It's given me more opportunities to make a difference in my school. This class has made me more positive.
This has impacted me to be more brave,
More confident.
by making me more respectful to my peers and teachers.
Just the small things can make an impact.
Has made me more courageous and to be myself.
This class has made me more empathetic and a better role model.
Has helped me be more positive towards others and towards myself.
It has helped me realize that anyone can be a leader, they just need to take action. Again, thanks for having us, and thank you Mr. Lind and Mrs. Bohai for having a huge impact on us all.
All right, we have nothing for 3. 4.1, hearing of requests and suggestions from citizens. We have 7 speakers tonight. If you wouldn't mind, kind of line up as I call your name. First, we have Ashley Smith, followed by Kate Sanders, and then Natalie Honus. Are any of those here? Okay.
Is there any leeway on the 3 minutes? Like if I go like a little bit over, is there any? Okay, you're good. Yes.
No, it's pretty tight today,
Okay.
so, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Hello, my name is Kate Sanders. I'm in Student Council, and I'm here speaking for students who are frustrated with the cords allowed at graduation. I have asked administrators why NHS, the top 3% students planning to enlist in the military, and career pathways are the only students allowed the honor of wearing a cord at graduation. They responded with the excuse of aesthetics and uniformity. For many of us, these cords represent more than just what's around our neck. It symbolizes the challenges we've overcome and the dedication that we've put into our academic accomplishments. Not only has our administration insinuated for the last 4 years that we are able to wear a Kansas Scholar cord, only to be blindsided by administrators' poor communication skills, we were never allowed to wear that cord. When questioned by myself and other students upon why the selection of cords is so restrictive, our principal replied with aesthetics, quoting, "There's something to be said about a plain blue robe." In turn, we've decided that yes, there is something about all 500 students wearing a plain robe, the utter lack of individuality and the engagement in our school. I believe Gardner Edgerton should not stand for a body of power choosing to pursue aesthetics and easy solutions rather than recognition and administration of its students. Aesthetics of graduation does not change what's on my diploma, nor does it have any effect of the hard work that I've put in. Our superintendent and principal met with student council and stated if we saw a graduating class with a bunch of cords, it would look too messy. If someone who understands what a cord recognizes saw a graduating class where every single person had a cord, they would be admiring how accomplished those kids are. Further, the average diameter of a cord is 1/4 of an inch. I don't know who that is distracting. Again, a weak administration is one that weighs values of looks greater than accomplishments. Another point brought up in this meeting is if you allow everyone to have a cord, it loses its value. It is simply not true. Meeting the requirement of different cords is not attainable for all students. Most cords are highly restrictive and include time commitment, which is why they are accomplishment in the first place. Thus, the cords don't lose meaning. However, such a small selection should imply that those cords are covering different areas of the student body. The current system of cords does not suffice this. The current cord system says the top 3% get a cord, but all of the top 3% are in NHS. Therefore, 3% of our class can wear 2 cords when majority can't even wear 1. There are so many solutions to this problem. Looking at other schools like Manhattan High School, who has never had a problem with students complaining about cords and is a similar size to us, they allow any cord that a student wants to wear because it's their graduation, and they just have a limit of 3. Implementing something similar would not only excite students and promote engagement, it would celebrate more than just the accomplishments the school deems necessary. Aesthetics should not make a graduation, it's the students.
Thank you. That will bring up Natalie Honus with Amanda Bird next, followed by Hannah Carlisle.
They're copies. Do you want copies? Mm-hmm. Okay. Good evening. My name is Natalie Honus, and I am a first grade teacher at Gardner Elementary. I am also a Gardner resident, and I have 3 children who attend school in this district. Recently, I served on an interview committee with other staff members to help us select a new principal for GE. I am here tonight to read a letter written by the majority members of that committee. To USD 231 board members, we had the honor to sit in on the GE principal interviews. We took the role very seriously and feel confident in our recommendation that one specific candidate was our top choice to lead Gardner Elementary. For the entire interview, he was very composed, genuine, and his responses matched what we were looking for in our future principal. His background in behavior and working with students with special needs is exceptional and would support our building's RISE program and Title I population. Not only has he had experience as an assistant high school principal, an elementary school principal, but he has also been a principal at a Therapeutic Day School. Going into the interview process, GE staff members noted that one quality that was very important for us as a building was to have a principal who wanted to be visible in the halls for us as a building and for our students and staff. We loved how this candidate commented that a non-negotiable for him would be to be in the hallways and classrooms, building and strengthening relationships daily. His community involvement ideas were fabulous, and we looked forward to implementing them. We felt like he would take the time to get to know the staff members and to embrace what we have already built at Gardner Elementary, bringing more ideas to make GE an even better place for students and staff. He reiterated many times that we need to work towards the goal of what is best for the students. His background shows how talented and amazing he is due to the accomplishments he has reached in just a short amount of time. These are just a few of the reasons why he rose above the other candidates that we interviewed. We are fearful and disappointed that social media posts circulating about him may have negatively impacted his decision to move forward as our administrator. We truly felt like this candidate would be a great fit into our Gardner Elementary family, the only school in our district with 100% certified staff retention. Throughout the process, we felt like our teacher voices were listened to and valued. We now fear that outside influences have silenced the voices of those who know Gardner Elementary students the best. The people who have made social media posts, assumptions, and decisions about this candidate never saw his resume, credentials, or had a conversation with him. The Gardner Elementary teachers who recommended him did. We fear that if decisions are able to be made with disregard to the interview process and the voices of teachers, then what is best for our students is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. That will bring up Amanda Bird, followed by Hannah Carlisle and Madison Carriger.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Bird, and I am the librarian at Gardner Edgerton High School. I'm here tonight to speak to you about 2 topics: the use of epic books in our district and against the banning of the book Fly on the Wall by E. Lockhart at the high school. I urge you to keep Epic Books as a resource in our classrooms. As a digital library for thousands of engaging titles, Epic Books fosters a love for reading, supports differentiated instruction, and ensures accessibility for all students regardless of their background. Epic Books levels the playing field by providing access to a vast collection of literature, especially for students without books at home. It engages students with interactive features, such as audiobooks, making reading enjoyable and motivating independent learning. Teachers rely on it to differentiate instruction, offering leveled reading materials, bilingual books, and curriculum-aligned content. In an era where budgets are tight, Epic Books is a cost-effective solution that grants unlimited access to thousands of titles without the need for physical book replacements. It also enhances digital literacy, a critical skill for the future. Removing Epic Books would hinder both student learning and teacher instruction. This resource has been implemented in our newly constructed ELA curriculum at the elementary level. If we remove this resource, we will have to edit and change and alter the curriculum that we wrote throughout last year. With this in mind, I strongly urge you to keep Epic Books available in our classrooms. I also wanted to spend a few minutes discussing the novel Fly on the Wall by E. Lockhart. This novel is a coming-of-age story that explores self-identity, body image, and the challenges of adolescence, topics that we are deeply relevant to the students in our schools. These are themes that young people are already grappling with their lives, and these issues are in their daily lives. Books like Fly on the Wall offer them a safe space to explore these topics, to see themselves reflected in literature, and to develop empathy for others. Removing books from school libraries because they make some people uncomfortable is a dangerous precedent. Who decides what experiences are acceptable to read about? If we ban one book for discussing teenage self-discovery, will we also ban books that discuss mental health, race, or historical injustices? The purpose of literature is not to present a sanitized version of life, but to help students think critically and engage with diverse perspectives. Rather than restricting access, we should be empowering parents and students with choices. If a parent is concerned about a book, they have a right to guide their child's own reading, but they do not have the right to make decisions for every student. Censorship does not make difficult topics disappear. It only limits students' abilities to navigate them in a thoughtful way. Let's trust our students to read, think, and grow. Let's uphold the values of intellectual freedom and open dialogue. I strongly urge you to keep Fly on the Wall available in our high school and continue fostering an environment where literature challenges, inspires, and educates. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. That will bring up Hannah Carlisle, followed by Madison Carriger, and finally Chelsea Waterman.
Hi, my name is Hannah Carlisle. I'm the wife of Sean Carlisle, who I know some of you are familiar with. When I told him I was thinking of speaking at this meeting, he asked me to share a few words as he could not be here due to prior teaching commitments. So this portion is from him. I'd like to challenge you all to ask yourselves, during this hiring process for the GE principal, have we acted morally, ethically, and in accordance with the rules of quorum of the Kansas BOE? I know some of you can answer yes. However, I don't think some of you honestly can, and I'd like to challenge you in the future to follow quorum and to act morally and ethically. So now my concern. I realize that my voice may not matter to the district as much anymore, as my oldest is a sophomore at K-State and my youngest will graduate from GEHS this May. But just some thoughts I feel I need to share. I am a believer that it takes a village to raise a child. As the parent, I aim to instill values that help my child decipher right and wrong. But I know I'm not the only influence in their life. My children have spent more time in school than they have with me. I have always had to trust that while the staff may have different beliefs and values, they at least hold respect and kindness to all people as something to be lived out daily. This respect and kindness starts from the top, and the top being the superintendent and the board. If the top is okay eliminating qualified candidates because of their own personal beliefs or because of some anonymous contributor on a community social media group, then why do we hold our students to a zero bullying tolerance policy? I use bullying because of an imbalance of power that was used to embarrass or target another person, a person who was not able to speak up and put anything into context. Cyberbullying is a hot topic for me, as my daughter was pulled into it by a parent during COVID. She has grown and come out stronger from it, earned a few character awards, but it still hurts, as I am sure anyone would feel hurt after bullying. While my son was at GE, Gardner Elementary, we received several phone calls that he'd been in fights. Even though he had been standing up for someone, we supported the consequences to be carried out, knowing it would help shape him into the man he is today, a man that still stands up for people, but in healthy ways. I am also very grateful for the relationships that he had with students that did not recognize English as their first language, and students that required extra help in the classroom. Having students with different backgrounds at such a young age and having teachers that taught by example how to treat everyone fairly and equally has helped both of my children see the value in every human, and I'm afraid that this culture will change negatively if the culture at the top doesn't see the same value in each human. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Hannah, I do want to thank you for coming, and every voice does matter, even if your kid's about to graduate. As long as you're in this community, your voice matters. Furthermore, if you have information about a quorum, I would like to look at it and make sure that has not and does not happen. Madison Carriger, finally, followed by Chelsea Waterman.
I'm here today to talk about graduation cords and the restrictions set on them at our high school. I'm currently a student, a senior, of course. I have a younger sibling at Pioneer, 2 younger brothers at Gardner Elementary, and a younger brother a year younger than me. When I first heard about this issue of cords, I immediately emailed all members of our administrative team as well as our class sponsor. That's 6 people. Throughout the entirety of my attempted communication with admin, I received responses from only one person, being our principal. Further, when Kate and I went to meet with our principal, we were given immense misinformation and misdirection. Even today, during school hours, our principal proceeded to call students who planned on speaking today on this very topic into his office to bribe him with Culver's gift cards and coupons to not speak on this subject because of the pressure. 3 of those students took that offer. Additionally, this entire matter is a blatant example of our district's inability or perhaps unwillingness to not only listen to its students, but to respect them as active stakeholders in their own education. When students voice concerns, especially about something as meaningful as graduation recognition, they should be met with transparency, honesty, and willingness to engage, not silence, misinformation, or coercion. The lack of communication and the attempts to suppress students' voices in this matter highlight a deeper issue with our district, a disconnect between leadership and the students and faculty they are meant to serve. If we are truly committed as a district to fostering a school environment that values achievement in all its forms, then we must also be committed to listening to and respecting the students who make these achievements possible. Personally, I've been highly active not only within the school, but as well as representing our school on a national stage. I find it not only disappointing, but beyond inconsiderate for our school to blatantly prioritize aesthetics, tradition, and continuity over individual recognition. The entire motto of our high school is to own your Blazer experience. You cannot own your Blazer experience if you cannot even own what you wear at your graduation. Further, I think every speaker to address this board this evening has dissected significant flaws in our district. To everyone who has spoken today and even in past meetings, as students, we see these flaws. We know that only one school in our district maintains 100% staff retention, and to the board members and our community, perhaps it's a lack of continuity in our district views, or perhaps it's our district's lack of courage to disrupt any sort of status quo. Regardless, the district in its current form is not one that I find myself proud to be part of, or have my 4 younger siblings or 2 alumni siblings to be in any sort of relation with. Even if it's not cords, we need change, and this meeting has only gone to prove that. As an 18-year-old who has just now gained the right to vote, I plan on voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. And that will bring up Chelsea Waterman.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Waterman. I'm here speaking on behalf of the class of 2025. I'm a part of student council and yearbook. I would like to address the cords that seniors can earn and should be able to wear during their graduation ceremony proudly. Personally, as of right now, I have earned 3 cords, one for National Honor Society, Student Council, and Quill and Scroll, which is a National Honor Society for yearbook. These 3 cords have represented what I have made my high school experience and what I've gone through, tirelessly dedicated to earn these. I'm willing to consider the matter that our principal, Mr. Bell, has generated a form of compromise for this issue. However, it's not what we're after. What I was told by him earlier today was that there will be a form sent out to seniors to fill out, listing the cords that they feel as if they should be able to wear. The responses will then be filtered through a committee, then subjectively accepted or denied. From the wording of what I was told, it is under my impression that this will be limiting students underneath cords, not protecting the wearage of cord for everyone who has earned it. I'm also aware that to others it has been portrayed as a form to approve cords as a whole and for all those that have earned it. Since then, I have been told something different again, that the top 3% National Honor Society, military enlistment, and that pathways that Gardner Edgerton provides will be able to receive and wear those cords. Yes, it's being a compromise is still not what we fully hope to accomplish. I personally am here to represent the Student Council cord that as a member of Student Council, or in my case, senior class secretary, we can earn our senior year. SUCO to some may seem like the party planners of the school, and ever since I have been involved in SUCO, we have tirelessly worked to break that stereotype. Beyond this, we go to the community of our school and town to impact all we can. This cord will allow members to show off and be proud of all we have done, from school events to community service, not to mention the numerous similarities from NHS and SUCO, creating the exception of NHS cord and not SUCO simply unfair. I, as well as many other students, were hurt in many ways when we were informed of the current state of our cords during graduation. We as a class have gone 4+ years having the idea of cords at graduation drilled into our heads. To some it didn't mean much, but to others it meant a lot. And those are the ones that I represent today. The ones who decided to go above and beyond deserve to be proud of what they have done and show it off as they walk across the stage. Part of the reason being how many things our school has to offer. These cords represent the diversity that our school has placed in us and has allowed us to go all these different ways. I could go on and on about how rewarding this ability would be for numerous students. However, what the class of 2025 would like to see is a change, away from what has always been. We would like these cords issued by the high school to be allowed at graduation for all students, no matter the accomplishment. This might look aesthetically pleasing in the sense of everyone looking the same, but rather than looking at it that way, it should be seen as something to be proud of, as a board member, a teacher, a family member, and most importantly, a student. These cords represent the hard work and dedication students have had. All the ones here today, thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. That will bring us to 5.1, grants and donations, presented by Katie.
Okay, so first we have $250 worth of coffee for the teachers from Grounded Mobile Coffee during a PD day from Jared and Laura Sikora to Nike Elementary. First Presbyterian Church donated $60 hats and gloves to Gardner Elementary. Casey's General Store donated 12 dozen donuts to help the Student Council leadership team at Sunflower Elementary. Gardner Walmart donated 25 dozen donuts to help the Student Council leadership team at Sunflower Elementary. Cosentino's Price Chopper and Gardner donated 12 dozen donuts to help the Student Council leadership team at Sunflower Elementary. Hy-Vee grocery stores donated 15 dozen donuts to help the Student Council leadership team at Sunflower Elementary. Culver's in Gardner donated 72 coupons of free meals for Student of the Month recipients at Trail Ridge Middle School. Pioneer Ridge Middle School PTO donated $500 to the 6th grade for Royal Stadium field trip. PRMS PTO donated $500 for the 8th grade Worlds of Fun field trip. And Jackie Hodson donated $50 for Ambassador Student Group at Pioneer Ridge Middle School. That's a grand total of $1,360 plus supplies.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you to all the donors. That will bring us to the consent agenda. 6.1, minutes of the regular meeting held on February 10th. 6.2, financial statements. 6.3, Epic Curricular Resource for USD 231. 6.4, December 2024 KASB recommended policy updates per KASB Legal Policy Services. 6.5, approval of contracts and purchases. 6.6, memorandum of understanding approvals. And 6.7, approval of claims.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
All those in favor? None opposed. 8.1, Gardner Edgerton Schools Foundation, presented by Tim Brady.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Great seeing a super crowd here this evening. Just a few things we want to try to take care of tonight. We want to recognize two very important groups to our foundation. Both these groups are platinum sponsors. That's the highest level of partnership that we have. So after I'll make a few comments and we'll provide them a token of our appreciation, we'll take a group picture. So at this time, I'd like a couple of members of our board of directors to come forward, and they would be Laura Carpenter and Josh Kindler. Our first group that we'll be recognizing is the Joy Closet. So I'd like for their leadership team to come forward here to the middle. This includes Ginger Christ, Margaret Dravetta, Cindy Rolfe, and Kathy Cochran. Two of these people are graduates of our high school, Ginger and Cindy. I've often said the Joy Closet is one of the best things going on in the Gardner-Edgerton community. This faith-based organization has made tangible difference in our community by this past year giving nearly $90,000 worth of clothing and household item vouchers, provide prom dresses to GHS girls, provided funds to Kids TLC, KVC, Laundry Love, Gardner Gold, Wounded Warriors, and much, much more. They also give about $6,000 worth of senior scholarships to our kids. Now, on top of this, they've generously contributed to our foundation by supporting the We Care Fund and our TAL grants. The school's foundation is forever indebted to the Joy Closet. So will you please join me in thanking these awesome women? So stay up here. We'd like to do a quick picture. Dr. Booth, can you do the picture and have our board members come up here as well?
Any parents want to come up?
Our next VIP group is the Gardner Rotary Club. So I'd like for their president, Sam Boajian, to come forward. Gardner Rotary has a stellar reputation in our community. Their outreach is far-reaching, including their volunteer hours at Harvesters and Hope Market. They also support many other charitable organizations in the KC Metro. Their support of the school's foundation is remarkable. Not only do they contribute to the We Care Fund, which assists families in our district who have fallen upon hard times, they also supplement the district support of our teachers by providing resources for our TAL grant initiative. But most recently, this is like within the last month, they partnered with the foundation by providing a healthy stipend to all third grade teachers. That's 24 teachers, so they can purchase books for their students. These are books they can take home and have forever and share with their siblings, and they could also expand their own classroom library. The feedback that we've gotten from the teachers has been spectacular. So we couldn't have made such a measurable impact on our school community, particularly with these third grade kids and what we're doing with the We Care Fund and with TAL grants without the Rotary Club. So let's show our appreciation to Rotary. Hey, the foundation will be very busy this spring with 4 major initiatives. We'll be selecting our next Alumni Hall of Fame class. We'll be working our Thankful Thursday event, where it's a special event where we honor all of our classified staff members. Our annual Spring Swing Golf Scramble is right around the corner. And then we'll be participating in giving out thousands of scholarships to our graduating seniors. Finally, the foundation has received tremendous support from Dr. Huff and his leadership team. We can't do what we do without that group. So on behalf of our board of directors, we are thankful for the opportunity to make a small impact on students and staff and our families in the Gardner-Edgerton School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. 8.3, Superintendent Dr. Brian Huff.
I'd be remiss if we didn't give Tim Brady a huge thank you. His leadership of the foundation has been tremendous, and they are obviously a huge part of the positivity in this community, and Tim himself oozes that positivity. Thank you very much, Tim. Okay, this is a big week for the USD 231 family. Over the last, well, the history of this district, this board and this community has done a great job of looking around the corner and knowing what's important and what we need to do as far as facilities as it comes to, as it's related to growth in this community. And this week is a big week because you all who are community members that are registered voters are going to receive a ballot this week. They'll be mailed out on Wednesday. Tomorrow is the last day to register as a voter if you'd like to participate in this election. So I would encourage you, obviously, to participate in the democratic process and to go get registered. There's a few things I would like to just make sure everybody is plainly familiar with as we walk into this bond. One is we're a growing community, and our buildings are starting to really max out. Some buildings in particular are really starting to see growth. The Gardner elementary teachers who are here could attest to that. There is a need to be able to have more facilities for our kids as we see all around us the houses that are going up. We're seeing about a projection of about 700 houses a year for the next 10 years. It's going to be a considerable amount of growth. And this board has continued to project that we need to have these facilities in line for our kids. So that's one thing I want you to keep in mind, is that we are a growing district. Another thing to keep in mind is that we also have taken care of our finances here. For 13 years in a row, we have dropped the mill rate for this district, for our taxpayers in this district, which means that we've gone from about 82 mills down to 62 mills, which is the amount that we assess in taxes based on what the value of your property is. That feels pretty good. And this bond issue will not raise the mill rate for this district. So as a taxpayer, your taxes will not go up as a result of this bond issue. We've managed our finances to such an extent that we're able to do this as a no mill increase bond issue. The last thing that I'd like you to take away is that this is going to touch all portions of our community. Every elementary school, every middle school, and the high school. And we're touching all aspects of our programming within those buildings. So everything from playgrounds at all the elementary schools to renovations in many of our SPED classrooms to other potential projects that we are hoping to get to, such as orchestra classrooms at the middle schools. So there is a postcard that's going to come out to all registered voters. I believe it was mailed today. And that's going to outline all of the projects that are going to be on this bond issue. And these are projects that we are saying, that we are guaranteeing that we are going to do. And these include things like building new elementary school just south of Pioneer Ridge. It also includes big projects like converting Sunflower Elementary School to an early childhood center, for which we hope to provide even more programs for our community members. We have something in there for all of the community, and our guarantee is that we want to provide the very best facilities for all of our kids, and this is a way to keep that rolling. There are some rumors out there, though, that I want to dispel. One is that we're moving to a 2 high school district. Well, this bond has nothing to do with a second high school. We will do some renovations at the high school, but our high school will continue to grow, and we'll continue to be a 1 high school town. But this bond is board has also looked forward to the ability to be able to build a high school within the next 10 years. But this community will tell us when it's time. The people who pay the taxes are going to be the people that have the biggest voice in this. And so I encourage you to get out and vote. If you have any questions, we hope that we answer a lot of it here. We have a lot of information on our website, and obviously, give one of the people at the district offices a call if you need any more information. Lastly, I do want to thank Gardner Elementary. It is good to see all your faces here. Thank you for coming and making your voice heard. We all like it when folks come and participate in what we have going on here, and it does mean a lot. So, and our students from Gardner Edgerton High School, I think they may have left though. And I did have a chance to talk to them in Stuco meeting, and it does make me proud that they are willing to come and raise their voice as well. That does mean a lot for this board as well. So, thank you to Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Huff. 8.3, comments by Board of Education. I have a couple real quick. Want to recognize the wrestling team, both of them, male and female. They both took first place in regionals and had a strong showing at state. I don't know if anybody was able to go. There's a new venue in South Overland Park, so it was the first time we've had it in this area in quite some time. And it was nice going and watching some of our kids wrestle. The other thing I wanted to hit on was BIST. We had Grand Star come in 2 or 3 meetings ago and give us a presentation on BIST. Dr. Drace invited me to come and visit the school. They had their consultant in there, and I'm not a teacher, so I don't know a whole lot about BIST. So I sat and listened to their presentation by their consultant, and it was pretty enlightening. They've only been doing it for about 7 months now, and at one point the consultant asked all the teachers what they've noticed in the school with their students. And in my experience, whenever you get a consultant, an instructor, or whatever that asks the audience to participate, you might get 2 or 3 people that respond. And the overwhelming majority of the teachers in attendance responded with something positive. One that really jumped out at me, most of them were specifically talking about their classroom or a certain student, but one teacher said they've noticed a difference in the entire school, which was pretty impressive in just 7 months. So hopefully, I'm looking forward to seeing what it does over the next few years as it goes district-wide.
I had just a couple of quick notes myself, again to the wrestling team and the other winter sports, but I did want to give a special recognition to Miranda Rogers, who brought home Gardner Edgerton's first state championship in bowling on the girls' side. It's incredibly exciting and the top of a really long and highlighted career. So very excited for Miranda. I'm sure we'll recognize her at a different time, but tonight I want to make sure that that was shared. Also, just to wish luck to all the spring sports that kicked off practices and those that we're trying out. I know games will kick in before we get back to our next meeting, so I hope those go off well for everyone after spring break. And also, just a quick note of thanks for everyone, not only within this room, but within our buildings as they head into spring break. I know it's already felt like a long year, and we're getting into that necessary break, and thank you for all you do for that. I did have one note that came up from our SBAC meeting this week that I wanted to bring to the table and for consideration later on, but this was actually when Amy came to us and spoke a little bit about SPED funding and what that's going to impact the district. And that is still in the process with the state legislator. Of course, if you haven't reached out, I think there's still time to perhaps rattle some cages if you could, but to this point, they've cut funding from what our expectations were going to be. And if that ends up being the final resolution, what I mentioned in that meeting, I hope we might be able to do as a district is come together and ask Amy when we need to make that financial adjustment based on what the recommendation and what they passed for the budget, to actually be able to bullet line directly what adjustments we had to make as a district and how those adjustments impacted our staff, our buildings, our students, and our families throughout the city. Because I think what happens with a lot of these pieces of legislature is they get a lot of testimony before, and please don't, opposition and support. But I don't know how often they get something from a district that says, this is exactly how you impacted us, and this is exactly the negative impact that it's going to have on our students, which is the most important piece of our role and truly the most important piece of their role, especially within the Ed Finance Committee. So I asked for that of Amy. Of course, we won't know for quite some time and how that impacts the budget as a whole, but I hope as a board we can maybe support that initiative as well. And if we send a letter, those that are interested in doing so would sign as a board member and say, this is the negative impact that this created on our district and how fully funding education within the state of Kansas is so incredibly important to every single student and every single family within the state and as taxpayers, but only beyond that. And I think that loses focus. So hopefully folks will be behind that when the time comes. I think we're probably still a couple months from that being the reality, but I did want to share that in the open as well as when I visited with Amy so that it doesn't get lost in some of that translation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heath.
Is it okay to?
Yeah.
All right. There's been a lot of negativity about books recently, and you know, I was never a reader in school. I think I made it through high school just reading To Kill a Mockingbird, and then I think Mr. Ludwig had us read Romeo and Juliet in class. But this is obviously, you know, we're reading the books, trying to make the best decision possible, and it really hit home that with the fly on the wall, which I know we're going to discuss later, that there's not very many perspectives from a female teenager's perspective on growing up and everything that they go through. So I started looking for other books, and I just wanted to highlight Good Different by Meg, I don't know how to say the last name, Kuyat. It's a book about 13-year-old Selah and trying to understand her journey being unique as a teenager with autism. She learns that some of her family members' rules to be normal that she tries to follow to navigate her world come from their journeys that they didn't know that they were possibly autistic as well. It's a great book to help others see through the lens of not just a teenager with autism, but anybody with autism. So specifically, this book is at the Gardner Elementary Library, but I also know that Johnson County Public Library has it as well, so I do encourage that. I also wanted to reiterate that it's been really nice hearing from the kids about the chords. I think that's fantastic that, you know, they've been able to word very nicely and explain what they're looking for, why they're looking for it. I didn't have an opinion one way or the other when I first started getting emails about it or phone calls, but it's been really nice hearing them advocate for themselves. And you know, in a world where we kind of make fun of the younger generation for not being able to order a pizza or make a doctor's office call, it's been really nice to have them advocate and explain it. So really appreciated that.
Thank you, Greg. All right.
Well, I would just like to say that in addition to what Greg said, I really am grateful for those students coming and speaking up, and I think they had really good points, and I would like to open up that conversation on chords. I think they make valid points, and I would be open to having that discussion to make changes. As you said, we're growing and changing. Maybe it's time to make a change.
I think it maybe it would help as a point of clarification, because it was mentioned by the kids and then brought up by Katie and also Greg. And so Mr. Bell does have a committee that's getting together to review some of the requests. And so I think that there's going to be more information coming soon for the board to chew on out of this. And so we'll let the high school go through that process and gather some of the information from the kids and get an idea, a broader idea about what all is out there as far as a request goes. I think most everybody that was tonight was really focused on the stucco chords, which is definitely one of the many. We'll have more information to come to back to the board on what comes out of some of the requests that the administration of the high school is seeking.
With graduation coming up pretty quick, is that something we can have at the next meeting? Because I know
Yes.
in one of the committees that I'm a part of, there's students in there, and I believe yearbook was another chord that they were wanting to discuss too. So.
And I'll have Heather jump in at any time here, because from what I understand, they're going to go ahead and start receiving those requests now. And I believe the cutoff to get those requests to the committee is April 1st. Does that sound right? It may be April 15th. But yes, we should have quite a bit more information, but maybe not a conclusion by the April board meeting.
I'm also curious as to why we need to make requests to approve any achievement made at all.
Yeah, and I'll answer the question. And part of it was, this is part of what I talked to Stuco about. And that is that this has been an issue as long as I've been with high schools. It's been a long, long time. And it's about every year that there's a request to have additional chords and that sort of thing. And so it's a complicated answer, but it can be summed up with maybe an example. And for those of you who've had a student be a senior, you get this. But there's lots of groups that reach out to kids, and they offer them to get chords. Some of them are very legitimate. Some of them are seeking money. It's hard to discern what all is truly part of an accomplishment or not. And so, yes, that does make sense. And I think one of our speakers said that no matter what the accomplishment is, we should celebrate it. And we agree with that. There is the awards night, which tends to broaden that celebration out. Graduation has tended to be focused on a narrower group of awards. And so we followed the example of other high schools around us. And part of what's important to keep in mind is that we do want to narrow the focus of the awards so that we can elevate the importance of the awards that we are recognizing. But there is also a strong argument for whatever award is out there, it's important to let the student know that this is important. And so there is an interplay there, and we are open to that conversation. But I will say that this is not a new conversation. It's been going on for a long time. And quite honestly, I do believe that some high schools have given into that, allowing the students to choose their own chords. And then it's hard to differentiate what is out there because all the students are wearing a numerous amount of chords. That may not be bad. It may be good. I'm not going to judge that in this moment, but I do think that we as a community need to have a thoughtful conversation about the direction we want to go. Does that help? Not really. Okay, it's okay.
The deadline, so if anyone wants to suggest a possible chord, the applications are due on the first Friday of April, and then notifications will be sent by April 15th.
Part of the things we have learned through this process too is the importance of having all of the criteria for chords in the handbook. And so part of it is putting a lot of this in writing as well. And so we do want to be thoughtful about this. I mean, if the community thinks it's important that we recognize every recognition that's out there, that's something we need to consider. So we'll start going down that road and bring some information back to you all.
Thank you. That'll bring us to 9.1, USD 231 Therapeutic Day School. Presentation by Dr. Dan Pollitt.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Pollitt. I'm the coordinator of social emotional learning, and Executive Director Carter and I are here and available if you have questions. You've had the Therapeutic Day School proposal back in February. We have presented to Finance, SPED, and Ed Services. And so you've seen the breadth and the scope, the depth that we've done as far as research and providing you with all the materials. We hope to either dialogue about this or discuss, or we're available if you have questions now. So if there's anything that Shay and I can answer, that would be great. Let us know.
I want to make one point of clarification because it's been something that's come up a couple different times. Right now, the proposal that is in front of you all is really a decision as to whether we should have a Therapeutic Day School at all. There's been some discussion about location, and we do feel it's premature to talk about location until we have a program that's in place. And so step one will be to decide whether we do or do not want to pursue a program. If we do want to pursue a program, we'll start the process of deciding location and including those stakeholders that may be impacted by a location. So.
I'll go first. I only have one question right now. That might change. But can you elaborate on the types of behavior plan that would be used in this Therapeutic Day School? I know we've discussed the idea of one, but I don't know if we've settled on what we would do in those situations.
Before I answer your question, tell me what you mean by behavior plan.
So,
If a student misbehaves.
right, if a student misbehaves, I know it's a different circumstance, what would the consequence be, or what would the plan of action be?
Part of our process or plan for this program is that each student would have an individualized behavior plan written prior to them having a behavior, right?
Sure.
So a part of that process would be knowing what the classroom teacher, knowing what the paraeducators, knowing if we need to have that student maybe have exiting to a different setting, or where he or she or the student could be by themselves or with another adult, or that would be determined on an individual basis for each student in the program. And some of the folks that may support this would be those teachers, that teacher in the program, the paraeducator, perhaps the building administrator. It could be a SPED coordinator. It could be myself, the SEL coordinator. And those folks, along with the family and the student themselves, would help determine what that individualized plan would be as far as how we respond proactively, or if a student's making a difficult choice or whatnot.
Now, I know, Heath, you had some questions about potentially overwhelming administration, and I have some concerns about the proximity of administrators to the Edgerton Elementary School and being able to get there on time, in time. Would there be like a rotating schedule on which administrator would be in the building at all times to get there immediately? I assume that some of these situations, there will be a need for one-on-one support. And is there any concern on staffing, being able to staff that, having backups for backups, having somebody there to provide one-on-one support?
I think that's a good question. I would say that on a typical day, I just want to kind of nest this within what we're envisioning and proposing for the fall. It would be no more than a handful of students. We're thinking of 3 to 4 to 5 students for the fall. And on a typical day, there are very few individuals that are seeing or interacting with this program. So it could be the teacher and the paraeducators, and maybe the building administrator, and perhaps the nurse or the counselor, but that's it. On a typical day, the whole rest of the building or the generalized education setting would not know or cross paths with or see these people in this program. So it is very small and very few. In one of the documents that we shared with you, we gave you the enrollment and the capacity for some of the different building locations. And we do believe that we have administrator support at a variety of locations that would be able to support this on a day-to-day basis. Does that answer your question, Katie?
I'm not particularly speaking to would the other students and staff in the building interact with the Therapeutic Day School. I'm asking, will there be a difficulty staffing one-on-one support for the Therapeutic Day School? Will there be an ability to staff extra support, and will there be a designated administrator with the proper training to be there and back up these educators when they need it immediately? Because sometimes it's an immediate need. We can't wait for somebody to get there in 10, 15 minutes.
Sorry, good. Thanks for clarifying. I didn't. I think one of the things that we put in the proposal is a crisis response team, and those individuals could be the ones that would substitute or cover or be able to step in if needed at the program.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield to Heath.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Heath, I'll expand on that a little bit. And that, yes, we will have specialized training for the administrators also. And so if it is at Edgerton Elementary, then yes, Ms. Adrian will have specialized training to be able to assist in that program, as well as the staff that are involved, as well as the crisis response team, as Dan has mentioned. If it's at another location, Wheat Ridge is a location we've talked a lot about, then the same thing would happen there. And yes, there is specialized training for the involvement with students that might be having a serious issue at the time. And one of the things I'm going to reiterate that Dan mentioned, but there's a fancy word called an antecedent. And one of the things that we'll try in this program is to understand what causes the behavior of a student, and that's what an antecedent is. And by creating a program that identifies what typically triggers an issue with a student, and then we work through trying to avoid that trigger and teach that student proper replacement behaviors, is a huge part of this program. And so our goal is truly to avoid behaviors. But obviously, if behaviors arise, the same standards apply if this behavior was outside of the program as well. It is hard to have a uniquely applied behavior response or like a discipline code. So our goal is to avoid those behaviors, and obviously the small class size is going to help a lot with that.
I did have a couple things on this, and I'm very appreciative of Dr. Paulette and others that had answered questions along the way, not only on the way, but Tom and I both hit them with quite a list of questions last week, and they're incredibly thorough in trying to get that information for us. The one thing I think's been clear throughout the entire process, there's universal support for the goal itself of, fiscal responsibility, but more importantly, bringing these kids so that they can be schooled within their community. Everyone is absolutely on board with that, but I do get the impression through the meetings we've sat in thus far, the further questions and other things, there's a bit of discomfort along the board of whether the time is right and whether the process has been rushed a little bit with the number of questions remaining. And I don't know that we've resolved that yet. With the questions that we actually, again, the responses we received last week were very thorough, and there were questions that hadn't been asked in an open forum or even within the committee meetings just yet, which leads me to a spot where I think it almost would be most appropriate to take those questions back to those committees for further consideration, further questions, and working. Myself, I don't believe we're ready to implement this program for next school year. I don't think the timeline is where we are. I do think what's going to happen in April could have an impact on this, where the bond passing and the way resources are going to be allocated and whether building improvements are going to be able to be made in the way that we want. The last thing that I understand we would ever want with children that we'd bring back into this program is displacement after displacement. And if we were to bring the program in, commit to bringing the program in, the bond doesn't pass, that immediately puts us in a position where we have to talk about redistricting. And when we talk about redistricting, that means how are these schools going to have students in rooms at a different count than they are now? We're working off today's count for how this would fit into some of these buildings. That might not be the case come, is it April 15th when we know the results? The bond election on my postcard. The day after that, that might change what we have to do next, because without a bond, we are going to have to look at redistricting within the USD 231. That's because of the way the buildings are overpopulated at the moment. I don't want to put these families and these children in another spot for displacement when I believe we have the time to take a more careful and slow response. So with that being the case, I'd actually like to make a motion this evening to table tonight's action for consideration after the one, whether that be the May or June meeting. Take the questions that we've had back to our committees to allow for further consideration, and then come back and perhaps look at a school year implementation for 26 and 27 instead. So I'd make a motion to table for tonight.
So before we give a second or anything like that, I want to reiterate exactly what he said. He of course says it a lot more clearly and eloquently than I would, but the goal is great. I mean, fiscally, it makes sense. But even reading through some of the responses in the two committees, even here, I don't feel like they've fully been answered. I just don't want to. There's been a few projects that we've kicked off that we kind of did not fully completed. So I disagree that we need to get the program before we find out where we're going to have it. I think all of that is a part of this decision. For exactly like what Katie said, I think it's incredibly important. I know that you've done this for a very long time. I know that on average there aren't any issues, but our job is to protect staff. Our job is to protect students, and if there is even a remote possibility that there's going to be an issue, and let's say it's out in Edgerton, I just don't feel comfortable having no administrator other than the one that has already got a job and is already working with her families, her students, all of that, being the only person capable of responding. So I think there are quite a bit. He's got a motion. I would definitely support that. But I would add, I would love to have a, whenever it's appropriate, whether that's after the bond or whatever, is not necessarily just going back to the committees, but maybe having a small work session committee or something with stakeholders right there to be able to ask all those questions and try to get some of those answers. Again, I think it's a great idea. I'm fiscally, I mean, Amy knows I've beat her up several times about the $1 million cost that this whole program that we're currently doing is costing us. I just want to make sure that, like Heath said, the continuity. I mean, my son had with autism. We jumped, it seemed like every year. We went to Pioneer Ridge, we went to Wheat Ridge, we went to Trail Ridge, and it was just a huge issue. So I don't want to displace. I want to make sure that we're doing it right. So I would second, but I would support also having a committee, small break-off committee to kind of talk about it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling this till, did you say May?
Do we have to set a date when we're tabling? I'm not sure that we have to. I think we can table with an open-ended resolution.
Well, what I'm hearing is that you want to table, what I heard was until the 26-27 school year. So if we did that, if an implementation of 26-27, that gives us a lot more time.
It does.
That we could let this school year play out, let the Ed Services team gather some more information. We'll have a better idea about what's going on with the bond, and we can maybe start back into something at the beginning of next school year to roll out for the following school year, if that makes sense. That's how I would interpret your motion.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Even earlier in the summer, once we know the bond, I think that creates a little bit of clarity of where the next steps are and what the timeline for that might be because of the open-ended questions that come from that.
I think it would be beneficial to immediately start engaging the community, especially the one that it affects, though, and getting their thoughts and questions and concerns.
And there will be another special education meeting next month, and I think bringing those questions that we had, that document, those two documents exactly to them and presenting in that and making part of the minutes for that meeting, and they're available somewhere because it's incredibly, Tom had a great list of questions, and again, my compliments to Dr. Pollard and to Shay and anyone else that was involved because they were very thorough and very well thought out answers. There was no dodging any of the hard questions in any fashion, so I hope that's not come across as us believing that to be the case because that's not been it at all.
What we hear, and I'll reiterate this, is that we want to be comfortable before we take the next step, and we're fine with that. There is plenty of time to get something right. And so really, it's really the Ed Services Committee, it's the SPED Committee, and it's also going to be the Finance Committee, and probably even our Facilities Committee, because of the multitude of needs that is surrounding this. And so, yeah, we can obviously get started in having those conversations right away, but I would say that we're probably not going to bring anything back to this board until the following school year.
That's the people that you just mentioned is why I said maybe a small break-off committee when it is appropriate. Having family members from the SPED community, employees from the SPED community, finance, I mean, everybody being in one room rather than it being a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, and it kind of, I mean, we end up getting most of the information, but it'd be nice to have that dialogue all together as well when the time comes.
Okay, I'm going to look to Ben Booth here because a lot of that's around you. Do you have a pretty good idea about what we're talking about here and gathering a committee together to get some more information? The only downside is that we do, and Heath mentioned it, we love the opportunity of bringing our kids back home. And now we do want to get it right, but I'm also going to say to this board that there is never a time when we will be completely ready. And sometimes you do have to get to a point where we're okay starting into it, knowing that we're going to have to complete and have some nuances shift as we go through the process. But I think that there's nothing at all wrong with slowing down a little bit and getting some more information and coming back to you all.
So to clarify, your motion is to delay to the 26-27 school year.
My motion tonight is simply to table the motion, and it would come back for further action on what year for implementation or green light. Tonight, we're taking no other action but to table for further consideration.
And we got a second. All those in favor? None opposed? That will bring us to 9.2, student transportation services.
Good evening. We were hoping to have the contract for you guys tonight, but we've got a handful of little small things, nothing to do with anything we've presented to you as far as the finances for moving forward with First Student, who we have recommended. We just need to get our attorneys and our groups in the same room for 30 minutes, and we couldn't make that happen until later this week. So what we are asking at First Student's request is to issue a letter of intent, and we will continue this process and finish up this contract and then bring that to you in April, preferably on the consent agenda, or we can talk about it again if you'd like. But everything we've shared with you, nothing has changed. It's little tiny contingencies about what if there's another shutdown? What if, those types of things that probably are never going to happen, but attorneys like for us to talk about. So we just want to make sure we have everything ticked and tied. So what we're asking for you tonight is to approve the letter of intent that was presented in board docs. But I'll answer any other questions you might have.
All right, with no questions, I'll make a motion to approve the letter of intent for pupil transportation service agreement, and the contract for student transportation services will be brought to the April 14th, 2025 board meeting. All those in favor? None opposed. 10.1, book review committee recommendation for Fly on the Wall.
There's,
Sorry,
Go ahead.
good evening. The committee had, I shared with you the print up all the information on the book at our previous board meeting. So just basically looking for your decision on where to go. Any questions you have, I'm happy to answer.
I don't have any questions. I think it was a fantastic book. It was incredibly entertaining. Yeah, there were a couple parts that some terminology was used, but more often than not, they went way out of their way to use other words, and it was really, really cool to watch the full, from beginning to end, building of that character while she was the Fly and work through those processes. So definitely encourage anybody to read it, probably high school or above. I do feel better that it's high school rather than anything else, but if you're high school above, I definitely recommend looking at it and reading it.
I'd make a motion to approve.
All those in favor? None opposed. That will bring us to 10.2, snow day calendar information.
Turn up the place. Good evening. I wanted to just talk about a response to the inclement weather closures. Mother Nature was kind enough to give us 7 additional days off since January, but now the bill has come due. I don't know where the presentation is, Dr. Booth. Okay, that's terrific right there. All right, well, I'll go ahead and go through this. Yep. So you'll know what's on here. Basically, I've just listed the 7 dates. And unfortunately, being off those days means that we owe the state some hours. Specifically, elementary will owe 7 hours and 18 minutes, and the high school 4 hours and 42 minutes. If you'll recall, we went through something similar last year. I think it was 5 days we were off last year, and it really just impacted the high school, and we came up with an alternative final schedule, which you'll recognize here when I get to the bottom. So we've concluded, after getting a lot of input from admin, G&EA did give us some input, and we're always grateful for their insight and recommendations. But the most efficient and effective adjustments to recover the necessary hours and conclude the school year before Memorial Day, and that's a non-negotiable. That's something we as a district, community, and staff feel very strongly about. And then also want to try to minimize the confusion or burden on our parents. So what we came up with, and we're grateful to our elementary teachers for basically giving up a half day of plan time on May 9th. So K4 will go and attend the full day. Lunch will be provided. That was a non-preschool day, I think, in the first place. So that's what we'll gain back some of those elementary hours. And then fast forward to the last week. So basically May 21st and 22nd were half-day finals days at the high school. Those are now full days. And then that final day was a half-day student day for everyone. And we're just going to go the full day. And again, even though middle school isn't impacted here, we really need them to go and be a good sport about this because of bus routes and the confusion of parents. And we're grateful that middle school understands that, and we're grateful for middle school and middle school and elementary to be willing to go that full day. And that's important because the middle school and elementary bus routes are synced up. So if we let middle school out a little bit earlier because they don't need the hours, it's just going to cause a ripple effect on the buses. And we do think it might confuse parents, and we'd like to avoid that. So all that to say, we're grateful for the staff to be flexible, and this gets us the hours and minutes we need and gets us out before Memorial Day. And so we know that last week is going to be a little bit crazy. Buildings are going to work together with colleagues and building admin to try to ensure all those typical ceremonies and celebrations happen. And so parents that have 8th graders and seniors, it's not going to affect those graduations, those schedules at all. And then we know teachers need to check out at the end of the year, and so we haven't given them much time. And again, we apologize. We've encouraged buildings to work together, and if there's a true hardship, let us know, and we'll try to come up with a compromise. Okay? So the calendar really stays the same. Board members, you don't have to vote on anything. This is more of an awareness. Assuming you're comfortable with this, we got communication ready to go out to parents. We got communication built, ready to go out to staff, and we just get the word out and get everybody prepared for this. Any questions? And then last but not least, let's thank Deb Starling, the keeper of the minutes. She keeps us honest. Thank you, Deb. All right, thanks for your attention.
Thank you. That will bring us to 10.3, District Wireless Access Network Critical Refresh.
Okay. Is this on? Yep. So what I'm asking for here on behalf of our technology department is approval to purchase new wireless access points for the entire district. That adds up to 600 access points. Currently, our access points are at a minimum 8 years old. I think that's only because the ATC building and the add-on at the high school is about 8 years ago. So those are the newest access points. Everything else is between 10 and 12 years old. Really, if we had a perfect world and a perfect cycle, those should be cycled 7, 8 years at the most before you start having more issues and having throughput issues and some of the features, the newer features not being available and being able to connect all of our devices. So far we're okay, but it's time to get those replaced. That's pretty much every classroom in the district. Every room like this has an access point so that the computers will work specifically, especially since we have a computer for every student. So it's not only the signal strength, but also the number of devices that are connected at any one time. This also provides our wireless for any guest devices, Internet of Things devices, HVAC devices, anything that might connect to wireless is going to be impacted by this. So our research over time, what we put together for an RFP was asking for Meraki. Meraki is Cisco's cloud solution. So right now we have on-premise controllers, 2 servers that control all of those access points, which those servers are 10 years old as well. These now servers would be in the cloud, so you pay a subscription. So the quote that you're seeing there for $579,102 is for 600 access points and 7 years of cloud controlling. If after 7 years we aren't ready or aren't able to cycle and do new access points again, then you can buy more licenses at that time. But you don't have an on-premise controller. It's more of a subscription model. Trying to think if there's anything else. The quotes that are there, we had done a lot of research, and Meraki was what we thought would be the best for what our staff can handle as far as simplicity, what we're knowledgeable in as it being a Cisco type device, and we're primarily Cisco networks throughout the school district. It has the most features and capabilities of handling wireless, handling security without having add-ons. Some of the competitors were Aruba, Juniper, and Fortinet, all of them to be able to do some of those extra security things. They have an extra add-on that is another extra expense. So even though a couple of those came in slightly cheaper, it would cost more to do as much as we feel like Meraki can do for us. So that's my recommendation. I don't know if we have any questions.
So I don't have a question on this. I do want to say I really appreciate your due diligence on it, and especially continuing to look into our E-rate. I did forget during board comments, so I'm gonna slide this in here and pretend that it's attached. I just wanted to get the board's opinion on our new email system. Andy, you and I have talked about it a couple times. Just last night, I talked with the person that sent the email and fully understood the situation. Being able to contact even nurses, stuff like that, and not being able to do attachments, it's pretty difficult for them. I understand that we've got another system that we're looking at for parents to be able to contact teachers and stuff like that. But is that going to, is that also going to connect with like counselors, nurses, and all of that? And then also for the board portion of that, again, I'm 1 of 7, so I'll go with whatever the board would like. But it is very frustrating with the Thrill Share to be able to not be able to just immediately reply. And then when you do reply, having to bounce back and forth, because if somebody's going to email the board, they're not going to just email one thing. They're going to have a list of things that they would like us to address. And having to bounce back and forth from the original email with that information to the other email is a little challenging. So personally, I would like my email to go back to the normal, but I would absolutely respect the board's opinion on that.
One thing to just clarify there is if they need to email, if a parent needs to email a nurse or counselor or anything like that, once they fill out the form, there's an email. At least for us in the school district, when you hit reply, it'll just automatically open up a Gmail and with their email address in it. So now you've started a normal email process that can take attachments and the such like that. So to me, in my opinion, that minor inconvenience, at least for the majority of our staff, I could see making an exception for the board is worth it because of all of the extra phishing and scams and fraudulent emails that we get where AI can just phish all of our addresses and all of our people right off our website and start sending emails that look real that are not.
Could we, I think what might be helpful too is I know, Andy, you've replied with some solutions, and I wonder if it might be helpful, Greg, if you just had a one-on-one with Patrick or with Andy or with whoever, because I think I don't know if there might be an easy solution to the issues that you're finding. I don't know, maybe there's not, but we could at least try. And I think you could do that remotely as well.
It is annoying. I will say that because it does open up, like you said, immediately, but the previous email isn't there, so it's not like you can go back.
At worst case scenario, you highlight, copy, and paste it to an email. I understand that's not as easy as just hitting a reply, but the trouble that it saves, I think, is worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's the hard part about this is the best practices for digital security right now. And it is unfortunate that the nefarious people in this world have made our life more complicated by taking the good things away from us, like having our email addresses on the website. But, the phishing is real, and we need to be protected. And at some point in time, our insurance carrier could say, you're not taking the proper precautions that are recommended, and we're not going to cover you.
Is there a way to make the Thrill Share box a little bit bigger so that they can, and add a spell check to it? That was one of the other things brought up. But I do give a motion to approve what was actually presented, but.
Kind of got hijacked there.
I have a question. Does it create a user experience issue for the sender to send when they send emails to the board or to the district office? Is it creating a user experience issue?
I think it does, because what they're doing is clicking contact Katie Williams, and it's bringing up a form. They fill out the form and then click send. But if they want to contact all 7 of you, they kind of need to do that 7 times. Whereas
Right.
before, they could just copy each of your email addresses and throw it into their email program and have a group. And so in that way, yes, it does. I mean, it doesn't prevent them from communicating with you, but it is slightly different.
Well, from a marketing perspective, we all know that if it's more difficult to do, they're probably not going to do it. For me, I personally don't mind having a little extra inconvenience on my end, but I don't want to make it more difficult for people to contact me in the long run. So I have slight issue with that.
Is there a way to do a generic board email so that they could just click Board of Education and it would send out to all 7 of us?
Yeah, that would
Would
be
that be
very
okay?
That would be very easy, and then we could put that on the website. Contact entire board.
Yeah, I would prefer that
Fine.
for
Because
sure.
because of your compromise, I would again
It
I'd be willing
basically-
to support your motion.
I will second the motion for the wireless access network.
I did have one very quick to this point question. This was actually specific to the high school, and there's so many Wi-Fi dead zones where they can't run the point of purchase machines for purchasing, and will this fix that issue even out to the football stadium? By the way, like a lot of times they can't run the card readers near the basketball courts and those things. Is that going to expand the network enough to accommodate?
Adding wireless, at least indoor, I mean, outside is a whole another story. Depends on where you're talking. We do have some access points at the press box, and 4 of the access points out of those 600 are going to beef those up where we can get a little more like out to the softball and baseball fields. We have it now, but it should be stronger. But aside from that, really, we can add an access point anywhere if we know. So I've been back in the district since July. I haven't had one person say, hey, we're trying to do this here and we have a weak signal. So when that happens, yes, we definitely can make it stronger, either by maybe it's a spot where it wasn't a classroom. I can give an example. When I was here last time at Trail Ridge, there was a room that they thought was going to be a storage that ended up being a counseling office, and there was nothing there. And she said, hey, when I'm in here, my wireless doesn't work. We ran a cable, put an access point up, and been fine ever since. So we just have to know.
Maybe the one spot that's come up a couple times, both when I worked at Jackson Day, was the school score spot, the Blazer stop. We've had twice now when they couldn't connect to the system, and I think it was Patrick was out there one night with us trying to get it to work. I'm sorry, I didn't have this on.
Is that outside? Where is
No,
that?
it's right outside the basketball courts.
I'll have
Yeah.
I'll have Mark show me where it's at, and we can see if we can add one there.
Okay.
Yeah, no big deal.
Thank you.
And this, we have somewhere around 579 access points now, so 600 is going to give us some extras to fill some of those hot spots. One thing that I should have mentioned that I didn't, I think Greg mentioned the E-rate. Anything that is provides an internet connection to students is E-rate eligible, and then we get X number of % refund back on what we purchase based on our free and reduced, and for us, we get about 60% back. So out of those 600, out of that 579,000, we'll get close to 60% of that back. When we reapply, we'll have to tell them, yeah, we have access points like in this building, and this building doesn't give students access, so those wouldn't qualify, but we would get pretty close to 60% of that 579,000 back, so that's always a good thing.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.4, executive session for attorney-client communication.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss attorney-client communication pursuant to the exception for matters which could be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 7:55 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mr. Greg Goheen, and Heather Peak.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.5, executive session for land and property acquisition.
How much time do we need for this one?
How much time you guys want? 5 minutes. It shouldn't take long. Hey, Jody, 10 minutes?
Yes.
All right.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss potential properties for land acquisition pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:05 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Booth, Dr. Marshall, Mark DeWitt, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. back in session, and on to 10.6, executive session for personnel.
I'm gonna say 8:20 for now.
Okay.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:20 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Christy Witter, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
Do you need to call it back, or do I just go?
All right, we're back in session.
Okay, thanks. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:45 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Christy Witter, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
All those in favor? None opposed. And we're back in session.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel, exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:05 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Christy Witter, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. We're back in session.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under comma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:25 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Christy Witter, Heather Peak, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.7, action on personnel. I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.8, returning administrator and technology staff contracts for 2025, 2026. Or, 10.8.
Tom, my wife is on this list, so I'm gonna step away from the dais during the vote for an extension.
10.8.
There's entirely too many of these. All right, so for 10.8, I will make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second it. All those in favor? None opposed. 10.9, executive session for negotiations.
How much time do we need? Let's say 10 minutes. Let's shoot for 10. Okay. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 9:45 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Opposed? All right, we're back in session and on to 11.1, adjournment of meeting.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed? The next scheduled BOE goals meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, March 31st, 2025 at 6 p.m. here in the board office.